Bears are moving in on the profit taking here, but bulls are pushing back pretty hard. There's a head and shoulders on the 1 minute that has yet to break down. So far, just bearish consolidation. There's bot puts coming in at spot at 40 and 35. But there's some bot calls out at 50 still. And a gap fill to the upside. There's also additionally bot calls at pretty much every $10, $20 increment to the upside. So they'd plan to push this a lot further than right here. If those calls fail, we might get a bigger breakdown. There's also a gap back behind us at 25. So prior gap at 49, gap from today at 25. Which might both be relevant targets. Hey, Nuke. What's up, dude? It didn't blow up. Nice. I noticed. It's a head and shoulder on the 5 minute too. It's just a little harder to identify. How'd you sleep? Not great. Great at all. Still some put selling going on here. The in the money, like supportive positionings are eroding. But we do have some support at 40. So I think this is really a question of if bulls can hold 40 or not. Like 42 to 38. It's pretty important. I will say be careful with GS today because it doesn't look like there's a ton of options interest in the like SPX market right now. Seems like most of the pump over especially from like 5400 up to 5425 was futures buyers coming in hot. Let's see if this finally fails. Testing 38. Back under 40 this time. Oh, flirting with 40 again. Any calls closing here? Some out of the money shit. 90, 95, 5500. Bot puts at 40 and 35 are still there. Also, bot puts coming in at 54, 5405, 5390, 5385. Not a shitload of them, but a decent number. New high? Yeah, I don't think so. Almost filled that upside gap from the other day at 49. Pretty close. There it goes. Left a gap at 46 on the pump. Hmm. That's a decent rejection. Might matter a little. Gamma flips at 28. Very testing 40 here. It's a little less supportive than it was. Hmm. VIX 20 realistic? Maybe after retail sales. I think right now, pretty difficult to pull off. It'll get harder to bring VIX down the lower it goes. Bringing it from like 50 to 30 is not that difficult, but bringing it from 30 to 20 is significantly harder. Ooh, ouch. There we go. There's the gap at 25. I did gunning for it. Damn, Bulls push back hard on that one for a second there. Yes, testing view up. 54.50. There's bot puts down here. Bot puts are growing very quickly too. Testing the gamma flip. Push through it. Left a gap back at 21. Close the overnight gap. 5400 test. Well, what is the news? EU expects U.S. tariffs to remain as discussions make little progress. Nice. Filled the gap at 21. Almost retested. Almost retested 25. Did we test 25? Yeah, a little bit. That's probably going to fail. Upside gaps filled. Hmm. Well, this is fun. We should drop a bit lower, though. We got some dead fucking puts I need to deal with. Had a weak prediction coming true today? Possibly. Yeah. I didn't even know that we'd pumped on the idea that somehow EU was going to actively negotiate tariffs. Didn't even know that shit was priced in. I don't think the market did either. There was some mention of it yesterday, but it didn't sound like it was going to go very well from the get go. NQ failing VWAP says yes. Silly Gherk, the rosiest, most optimistic scenario is always what's priced in. I know. I know. It's just, you'd think after a fucking 20% market decline, people might be a little more skeptical. SPX doesn't have a VWAP, technically, because there's no volume. So, ES matters. If you're using VWAP on TradingView and you're getting one on SPX, it's because you're looking at the CFD. You didn't send me a DM, Nuke. Are you? Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah, we could fucking let's run with it. Oh wait. Ooh, fun. Yeah, let's do it. Just FYI. Hold on. The EU expects U.S. tariffs to remain as discussions make little progress. Should turn fear up a little bit. We're getting some stability here on profit taking from puts, I think. But there's quite a lot of bot puts. Yeah, quite a lot of puts to the downside coming in. Let me do that. Ooh, we can look at SPY too. Can we look at SPY? Oh, this is fucking sick. Re. SPY looks a little bit more bearish. QQQ? Hmm. One giant volume bar and it's gone. I think the stock feeder is borked. Okay. Nope. Something changed. Did I bork it? This does not match my live data product. What happened to the... All the equities should work. That's SPX. Oh. Hmm. Neat. Those need to be combined. How are we gonna do that? I know. That's gonna be fucking tricky. You could try Spy QQQ now.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. Does retail sales and expiration together make possible a
Retesting
very pricey downside move 5?
I can't believe this hasn't just fucking dumped already. Shorting the fuck out of Vol on this push-up. Vol still increases to the downside, though. You need to get it back above 30 for support. Left a gap at 21 beneath us. Delta's not helping things out here. $53.95. Does retail sales and expiration together make possible a very spicy downside move? It could, yeah. I want to take you to a nice steak dinner at Applebee's because this is so great. That's so beautiful. You know what? I'll get the bill. Oh shit. Bottomless margaritas. Yeah, if the diabetic shock doesn't kill you before the alcohol does. Mm. Alright, so we failed the 25 test. A little bit of a negative gamma ramp to the downside, but gamma on the total 0 DT chain doesn't go negative till 5406. Oh, fucking this goddamn mustard line. It's not real, okay? It doesn't, it just, it's, it's not even got a fixed point. I can move it. It's just close to spot because I have spot centered. So I'm trying to use it as an indicator. It's whole grain Dijon. Mm. Yes, failed VWAP again. Puts are still growing to the downside. Pretty decent concentration of them around 5380. Bunch coming in at 5350. I think 5415 might be like the last relevant support down to 80. Hmm. Bulls fighting for it. They really are. Hmm. Ooh. Push back up above the delta float. Uh, Apple imported iPhones worth nearly $2 billion from India to the US ahead of Trump tariffs, customs data. Really? This is what we're pumping on? Foxconn sent the highest amount of ever of iPhones in a month, worth 1.3 billion from India to the US ahead of Trump tariffs. That's old news. I'm just saying it now. Old fake news. Well, it's being rehypothecated. Not even that many phones. Like, what are Apple's quarterly sales of iPhones? And doesn't India also have fucking tariffs? Market's so weak, skirting the iPhone tariff is seen as a catalyst. Not for long, it wasn't. Shit. Jesus fucking Christ, what a mess. Man, if I had stops on these puts right now, I'd be fucked. The fuck was that? People realizing that $1.3 billion of iPhones isn't that many fucking iPhones. Especially now that they're like $1,500 each. Does that candle screenshot it, Marge, and put it in the Hall of Fame? That's not that big. It's a decent one, but it's not that crazy. It wasn't even a big candle. It was all wick. Yeah. The Bulls are trying really, really hard not to lose their slightly positive positioning here. Which is, I mean, understandable. The downside's kind of gross for the Bulls. If we, if we look here, like all of their put leverage is right at spot. If this falls more than 80 bips, 160 bips, they start sliding down and getting squeezed out all over again. Why don't they just not be bulls then? Whoa. Are you inferring that somebody should maybe not buy a dip? Bam. I mean, not from here, but from the market. I think he's implying it. Shit. Treasonous. Yeah, it's very un-American. What are you, a communist or something? Next thing you know, you'll try to start a sovereign wealth fund. I think I finally figured out Trump's strategy. By the way, I was thinking way too high level. I think he's just trying to crash the market so he can fill up the sovereign wealth fund. It's gonna be the best sovereign wealth fund anyone's ever seen. Zero growth for 30 years. Yeah, beautiful fund. Well, he's got 150 billion from those promised $1 trillion in Doge cuts. You know, where they fired the people doing their jobs. The 90% that don't show up to work, they all show up to work. You're just mad because you're not smart enough to have a job you can do from home. Well, professional gooner. I'm so glad that Elon canceled that contract for $1.9 billion with the IRS that Biden canceled 2 years earlier. Efficiency. And then counted the savings from it 3 times over. Part of the deal. Oh, come on, Bob. It wouldn't be that totalitarian. I would like create a standardized test for everyone to take, and everyone who fails, I would deport. Multiple choice? Hmm. Yes, but they all include none of the above. There'll be a reading comprehension section. I think the best part of it will be the millions of Americans that are like, I fucking got this. And then we can like watch them crying on TikTok later when they find out they failed. Again, most of us can't read. I know, it's a failure of our education system. But it's also just basically impossible to teach adults to do it. So it's like critical thinking. If you don't develop those skills young, useless. But did you time out Cornub? You need A1 education to make it happen. Yeah. Well, the El Salvador prisons have like a no idleness policy. So you have to be doing something all the time. I don't know if trading is something they allow. I did Kumon as a child. We can tell, Poopy. Yeah, yeah, that's fine, Grim too. Nice, Silius Petty. Look at red dot. Big bad. My socket's the worst. Ah, son of a bitch. Alright, that's fine. God damn it, Greg. How could you do this to Nuke? Maybe I could make it big by managing MS-13 stock portfolio while I'm detained. Hmm, nice. You think they're gonna pay out the commissions, though? Do they have, like, a concentrated pool of wealth? Did you add rule number 5 last night so Carl could continue to time us out for no reason at all? Actually, yes. It's very astute of you. Are you actually gonna run for president? Because you have my vote. Thanks, Bert. Probably not. Not unless I can run under my pseudonym. Who the fuck is Carl? Is this gonna fail? I have puts. I don't know. Bulls are trying really hard to keep that from happening. Because they don't. Trump says... Oh, is Trump talking right now? Or is he just talking to, like, Truth Social? The U.S. will protect farmers. Truth Social post. China was brutal to U.S. farmers. Trump criticizes China for reneging on the Boeing deal, saying that they will not take possession of fully committed to aircraft. Wait, is that a direct quote? Oh my god, our fucking president's illiterate? US to sell 25 billion in tips, 5-year tips on April 17th. Ooh, surprise auction. That's fun. That's going to be on Thursday. How didn't you know that? I guess, I don't know. He went to Wharton. I assumed he could write in English. I mean, most Nepo babies I know are at least literate. Although there was that one time that they handed him that, like that agreement with the UK, and he was like, and then just like put it down. Like he started reading it, and then was like, I can't do this. He may have known how to read at one point. Okay, that makes sense. Nepo baby sounds like a rap name. What about Nepo brat? Pretty fucking good. Black cat and tall hat. Nepo brat with 3 T's? Lil Nepo? You forgot the apostrophe. Have you seen the new TikTok trend where the factories who all make Nike, Adidas, Prada, Gucci, etc. stuff are outing more publicly, at least, those companies? I think they'll try to sell direct to US citizens. Probably. Or it's just a scam, which is what it looks like. Nepotism. It's the most monochromatic part of the spectrum, Jorg. I'm Team Scam. I've seen that shit before. They had one for restoration hardware. I mean, they're not wrong. That $12,000 sofa is $200. Why not just be like, fuck you, Nike, we'll make the shoes? Fine. I didn't know I could just get it like that. There we go. This is a live demo. We have to show our customers how fucking sick our stuff is. No, ignore the brown line. It's meaningless. I did double click the price axis. Double click it harder. I wonder what that tips auction on Thursday is going to look like. So EU tariff negotiations are going to fail, but it's okay because Apple imported $2 billion of phones from India ahead of the tariffs. That's where we're at today with the market. I don't think it's a real play yet. I mean, I could see it becoming something in the future, but there's going to be so much. Uh, there's going to be a lot of crime. I like it. Free market economy. Let's go. We have a full-on trade war with China that is unresolved and not priced in at all. Yeah. Wouldn't the ultimate play being going long the ruble? No. Russia's not been unable to dig their shit currency out of a hole since the fall of the USSR. How long do you want to be long the ruble? If you look at Apple on the data, it seems like Apple didn't give a shit. They did not import. No, probably not. Yep. Just chilling. Trying to hold on to 200. Every, every stock and index right now is just standing on a cliff, like trying to do a selfie, like back to the cliff selfies. You seen those? I don't know who Wim Hof is, but sure. I did that at the Grand Canyon. Nice. I wonder how many more Delta flip tests we need before we can fail. Are they just hoping that all the puts that people bought give up? Because they're all there still. Who's excited for this super fast candle action? Dork, or Nuke, it's super important and the backbone of our entire service and a monumental engineering task accomplished by only one man. But people look at it and they go, okay, the candle moves a little faster. With tears in their eyes. Sorry, my cat's breaking shit in my living room again. Like, if we wanted to add more things to the live portion, we could just add it and it would work. Like for our customers. Holy shit. I agree. I understand. I just think it's lost on people. That's why we're having this conversation. So they understand. I'm so over leveraged to the downside. You and everybody else for the last 86 minutes. Can I come sleep over and we try to find all the delicacies in New York City? I'll buy all the food. You can sign up for Pontiff anytime you want, man. Double click the chart area? Oh, I see. That's crazy. You're trying to make that mustard line look like it does something? Sorry, Gherk, I only have calls. I hope they're not out of the money, because nobody else does. I have to pay taxes on all of these gains. Talk with your CPA about how to write Pontiff off. You can 1099 me. If I sign up for Pontiff, will you actually meet up with me? That's the requirement. The only person I'm really scared to meet up with would be Kendra. Are you paid in Costco gift cards? Huh. Holy shit. I don't care, Rims. You don't scare me. You wear Sperry's. What are you going to do to me? Imagine Kendra is a really beautiful woman. That would be even scarier, actually. He could mildly insult you in a passive aggressive manner. Does the Pontiff date get live streamed up to the Pontiff? What's being used here by bulls to push this up? I mean, they're not really pushing it up. They're just not letting it fall. And in the money calls from like 15 to 30. 35, 20 to 35. But then there's like no calls to the upside. There should likely be profit taking on those calls at some point. I don't know. They don't seem to want to take profit on them. They bought them all in response to the iPhone announcement, which was weird. I don't know. What's your tomato play? I lost too much money. I don't know how to risk manage and still make money in this environment. We can't do spreads, etc. The swings are too wide. It's like I get one dice toss. Yeah. Trump tariffing tomatoes? Isn't he doing that already? Well, stop losing money, because that's only going to make things worse. Here's my Pico de Gallo diet. You just need to write a book about what an actual Pico de Gallo diet is, and then sell it to other people, and then you can afford your Pico de Gallo diet. Just use Chat GPT to do it. And then contact like influencers and get them to be like, oh my god, I'm on this like Pico de Gallo diet and I'm like so slim now, you know? People don't read fucking diet books, Potato Tom. They just buy them. I bought an exercise bike a year ago. I haven't been on it since. I did the same thing with a rower. I spent 3 months researching what the best one was. Bought it and like all the accessories and shit. and then used it once. And I was like, wow, that made my abs really sore. I haven't touched it since. That's cumulative volume for those contracts for the entire day. I had a gym membership 6 months ago. I've made no progress. I'm finally going to go in and see what's going on. I need a personal trainer with that, like, makes me do things. And they have to be strong enough that they can just grab me and lift me away from trading. Maybe I should just, like, build a treadmill with a trading station in it. The problem with exercise is it doesn't make you money. Yeah, and also, if you get fit, the only people that care are other dudes. Women are like, you're hard to sleep on. And then guys are like, nice, nice guns, bro. How'd you get those? Male attention is the whole reason I work out. I'm a fit male, and I can say it's 100% true. What woman is sleeping on another adult? Oh, I forgot that you and your wife go to separate beds after you copulate, poopy pants. My mistake. I will say that's clearly something that's just part of your your religious sect. I'm a very unfit male, and I can say that's 100% true. My baby kept pulling my arm hair, so I trimmed it all off. I went from gorilla to bare and veiny, and now my wife can't stop staring. It's vascular. It's so your forearms just look like dick shafts now. We just starfish respectfully on our own side of the bed. I don't even know what that's like. They don't they don't make beds that big. Are you like J Fresh's size? Not dick shafts, camouflage. Why are the values different for volume on the IV chart and the GXX volume page? Are they? I don't think they are. I think the scale's just different. Hold on. $14,959. Oh, interesting. Nuke. Is it Globex? It might be Globex. It's my fault somehow. So 5450 volume here is 14,496. And here it's 15,029. Is that the pre-market trading? It might be pre-market trading. Just cancel your credit card. That's how you cancel gym memberships. You go, fuck you. What are they going to do? Sue you for $700? They're not. Oh, look, we bounced again. This is going to be annoying. I don't think any of these calls are closing. What news do you pay attention to throughout the trading day? All of it. The auction came in, by the way. Yield high was 3.820 actual. Going into the auction, Fed bid 2.4 billion. Bid to cover was 2.940. The prior was 3.13. Trump's discussing talks with Iran on the phone. 56.62% of the bids awarded at the high. Is the Treasury no longer publishing the prime bidders? There's no prime dealer breakdown. Ha! We're fucked. Possibly. Aren't bulls just making vol cheaper for bears? What if bears are making vol cheaper for themselves by selling huge swaths of out of the money calls? Are you bullish on SoFi? Not really. I locked in for 6 months at a martial arts gym. 2 months in, I have health issue. Don't go for the remaining 4 months. Still pay. Then they renew my contract and kept billing me. Can we deport the person that made Bella Ramsey the actor in The Last of Us? Why? Why do you care who plays the actor in The Last of Us? What happens when the yield curve inverts again? That's not going to happen, and you know it. I haven't watched The Last of Us. Bob's been obsessing about Bella for weeks now. Why is she miscast? Why are you concerned with the looks of a high school student? They don't think she's pretty enough? She's a child. She kind of looks like someone tried making a paper mache doll of their kindergarten best friend from memory. Hold on, I have to look this up. She isn't conventionally attractive, and incels riot. What's the character's name? I can just look up Last of Us, right? Okay, she's not a child. She just plays a child. They play a child? Sorry, I just got to that part of the Wikipedia. I think there's she's got like a birth thing. That's you can make fun of that? What the fuck? She's on the spectrum with us. So is everyone else. I don't know why her looks matter, though. Because she doesn't look like the character in the video game that was not real. That's the incel part. Yeah, I can see that. Weird. Is it worth being angry about? Yeah, she's from Game. She was in Game of Thrones. I don't like this. Let's change the subject. Bob, Pedro Pascal was an immigrant. You probably dislike him because he took your gerb. You'd be mad if they cast Jay Leno to play Solid Snake. Are they making a Metal Gear movie? I want it to be Russell Crowe. I've always wanted it to be Russell Crowe. Even if it's fat Russell Crowe. I don't want Chris Pratt to go anywhere near it. I know he's old. Liquid Snake played by Steven Seagal. Solid Snake is not like, you can't have one of the superhero people play him. It won't work. You know who'd actually probably have been a good Solid Snake if he wasn't Wolverine? The guy who played Wolverine. Who's playing Raiden? Oh, the dude from Dune. He's the only one with like a slight enough figure. Huge Jackman? Yeah. I don't know if Cavill could do it. No, no. It's too much like, yeah, Timothy Chalamet. He had a hard time selling The Witcher. I think he was great in it, don't get me wrong, but like, it was hard to believe it. Also, he does that thing where like, he feels an emotion, and instead of like acting out an emotion, his eyes just get big. And he grunts. I said he was great in it. He was. But like Solid Snake is like way darker than that. And The Witcher in the books is dark. Like, I mean, have you if you've read the books, then you would kind of get where I'm coming from on why Cavill probably wasn't the best. But he like cared enough that that showed through. No, I don't think there's going to be a Solid Snake movie. Definitely not right now. It'd be like banned. Blackest solid snake would be dope. The studios will cast Chris Pratt. They're not making the movie. Hmm. Glorp Red Candle. Yeah, some of the calls are starting to bleed, but it's really slow. We could get RFK to play Snake. When was the last time you went to a movie theater? And what did you watch? Oh, fuck. Um, the last Avengers movie, I think, which was bad. Hmm. Yeah, it's starting to bleed a little. There's still some bot calls around 5420 that we're staying pinned to, but I think most of the rest of them have closed out. And if we lose 5410, we start to drop into the larger portion of the bot puts. All right, give me a second because I think this is going to just chop around more. I'll be right back. You failed DF and resisting GF. I don't understand why some days DF is the hardest resistance in the world. Other days it's like water. Some days it's at a higher concentration gamma level. Right now it's really not. I mean it's or delta. There's like an okay amount of delta here, but there's way more delta out of the money. This isn't like when this is like a major strike, DF is a much harder resistance. DF right now is where yeah, like it's like at the 5430 strike. It's still acting as a resistance. I mean, it's just a little more permeable because it's not a ton of delta there. Bulls still have calls holding this up. Fewer, but yeah. The problem with the bounces off of the low side is they kind of erode the bot puts that are to the downside. And the bulls just aren't closing their positioning. Like they don't want this to slip. It's very obvious. The position's open from like 5420 to well, mostly now at 5420. Aren't budging. And so every time we fail, we snap back up into them when the out of the money puts take profit. And by holding that position firm, they can over time start to erode the bot put position. And that's, both to the benefit of the market maker and the bulls. Yeah, it's always a good idea to flip over to that Greek SPY strike chart and just take a look at at least take a look at the local environment every so often. Just to get a feel for like where net positioning is. Bulls are probably trying to hold for news later in the day. Because if the news later in the day turns things around a little bit, then they've maintained their support. If it's bearish, they pull it back, right? They just lose the cost of the theta. But it's really obvious that at least the bullish positioning at 5420 isn't getting pulled back. Normally after so many drops it would have gotten shaken out, but they're not moving. What would make a bot call position erode? Falling out of the money is a big one. What if the news is bad? Then they close their calls. Every morning I try and do what you do by analyzing SPX and SPXW separately. Yeah, I mean, the SPX impact is higher because this is an OPEX week. So SPX is way more important. The closer you get to OPEX, the more impact it'll have. Right now, there's a lot of like gamma and stuff on SPX that's, supportive. There's delta on SPX that's, needs to be considered as well. What news are we expecting today? I don't know. Trump's in like talks with Iran right now on like the nuclear proliferation deal or whatever. I think no, not Cook. One of the Fed people speaking still today, or maybe they're both done. But there's a press briefing, and then at 2:30, he's signing more executive orders. And then he's doing a trophy presentation at 3:30 again. Don't forget, yesterday we pumped like 80 points into him talking about Ohio State football for 30 minutes and then nothing happened and we sold off into close. Sports appeal to his base, and he's been pissing his base off, so they're doing a bunch of sports stuff. Also, presidents are always running around doing stupid, boring shit. The only reason we have to pay attention to it is because Trump will sometimes just start talking about tariffs for 45 minutes. Gamma Max on Palantir. 96.52. Was that live pricing when you were on Palantir? It was. Look at that. Guys. I forgot to shill that part. That's fucking crazy. It is. You know what else is crazy? Watching GME do nothing in real time. Yeah, I'm not really sure GME should make the cut. Maybe it should. I feel like there's like 50 people that would just buy it to have real time GME. I'm not buying Palantir. I don't know what other people are doing. Diamond came out and said he's not seeing, he's seeing very little stress at the consumer level. $4 per month per ticker? DLC packages? Does that even cover the cloud cost? Just include GME. Is this shoulder gonna break down? I mean, it's not well supported. Gamma, gamma at the 25 strike and 20 strike starting to go negative. So the path down to 5400 is getting quite a bit steeper. I will say though that there's no real increase in vol until we get under 25. That's what the bulls are trying to avoid in a lot of these scenarios is vol moving up. This is what they don't want to go down here. Because if they can't turn it around, vol will just keep going up. Can you say nice things about BTU? I need some encouragement. In a couple of years, it might be worth a lot more money. You didn't buy like options, right? Nuke. Nuke. Alright. BTU is trading at point four price to book. And point four price to sales. It has the worst fucking multiples. Its price to earnings, like its multiplier, is barely double its dividend. Fucking company's been in business since 1883. And it's priced for bankruptcy. I think they still have like a fat stack of cash, too. They also inked a deal today to provide coal to Associated Electric Cooperative. 7 to 8 million tons a year. Ooh, they pulled back their plans to seek 500 million in private debt. Interesting. Hmm. Their book value per share is like $30. They have 6 billion in assets with 3.71 billion equity. And their total liabilities are 2.24 billion, 100 and or 1.42 of which is long-term debt or non-current. So their total debt's like 467 million. In the prior, green energy administrations, um, coal kind of had like a fairly negative outlook in the long term. But with Trump, that can change, and higher multiples might come back, especially if he like exempts American coal miners from international tariffs and shit. No, I own enough BTU, and it's a little bit below my cost basis right now, but I still just collect my 2.5% off of it. I think eventually they'll raise their dividend. Because right now the payout ratio on their dividends at like 11%, which is really low. I think I turned a drip back on down here though. Did I? Probably. Do you think BTU could potentially get above book value? Maybe. They're making an acquisition right now, so the price is probably going to be fucked for a little bit. And then there's a lot of like drama surrounding. There was a mine fire with Anglo American, and that could kind of sour the deal for them. Do you think we're gonna grind up to 50 again? It doesn't look like it right now. It looks like 30 is just gonna continue to act as resistance. Unfortunately, this is really fucking boring, but that's where we're at. The 5420 calls have still not closed. Hmm. Oh, I think the Fed talkers are done for today. Um, yeah. Well, Cook, but after market close. Does VIX expiration have anything to do with our price action the last 2 days? Yeah. It's also the pre-SLD period. So, a lot of firms are probably trying to reduce their margin exposure at higher prices before they have to make liquidity deposits in the back half of the week and into next week. You're allowed to post memes in the SPX chat. Most of the rules changes that I implemented last night have to do with political discussion, which, prior to 3 months ago was always just banned in the chat. Um, and more transparent moderation guidelines. I spent a good 30 minutes giving random people 1 minute timeouts this morning. I will never change. You know what, Carl? I made Rule 5 specifically for you. Politics influence the market so much. It is what it is. Yeah, yeah. Especially right now. I mean, there's just the discourse has to occur, and there's only really two ways to manage it, and it's I let everyone just say whatever the fuck they want, which doesn't work. Or we have really like good guardrails in place to define the content of those conversations, which hopefully works better. We've all been in here like 4 years. I think the recent flare up will likely fade, but it's tough for me. I really believe very strongly in absolutism and free speech. Um, because the thing I love most about free speech is it helps you identify the shit stains right away. But unfortunately, not everybody has my non-existent sensibilities, and so uh, because people do take offense to things on both sides, it's much better to have structured and moderated conversation. There is a rule about disruption and shifting tone, but Poopy will follow the rules. I mean, he always has. You guys have been in there with fucking Poopy for 4 years, and this shit's only been going on for 2 months. He feels attacked, he lashes back, you guys attack more, and then you guys just attack each other until everyone gets too tired to do it anymore and goes like to bed, which is just annoying. Refic, what's up, man? Been a while. Am I a shirt stain? I didn't say that. I don't think Don Duck left. Yeah, Dork, I think you're gonna actually get modded. You're still not gonna be able to time Carl out, but you're we're gonna add a couple new mods, probably. You can't time. I don't think you can time out other moderators. Whatever you do, don't make my wife a mod. Hmm. I need that as a specific permission. Well, this is the first time the 20 calls have been tested in a little while. Let's see what's going on. Hmm. They're still fucking there. Although if we could break through them, maybe they'll finally fucking close. There's still a shitload of bot puts at 5410, 05, 5400. Decent amount down at like 5385 and stuff too. And the in the money bot puts aren't budging either. 3530s. Those have kept a pretty good lid on all of this. I know everyone freaks out about change, but not that much is changing. Just need to tone down some of the worst of the behavior. I'm thinking maybe Jen. Jen's a good one. She can shush people now. Hmm. Me, I'm an unbiased accountant. We'll see. Maybe next time you sign up for Pigeon Whale, I'll think about it. I didn't ask you, TubeSock. My process for Discord chat hasn't changed at all. I think of something, I give myself a sensible chuckle, then I post whatever it is, no matter what, so that Avis Bumble can do a cry laugh face. Look at that. 39 months of baiting Cobra into Pigeon Whale. I win again. Mod Jen and Poopy. Baited? What? Is this not a cult religion? Ask for money, get money? I don't know. Poopy cannot be a mod. Hmm. It is an idea. I like where your head's at. Honestly, we should mod JFresh. JFresh isn't a mod because he'll get into a petty disagreement with someone and then ban 40 people. He has much passion, yes. He's very passionate. And you say you don't have kids. Hundreds, hundreds of them. They're all grown men. Some of them significantly older than myself. Don't forget to like the stream, guys. That's not enough. More. Was that eye contact? It was. He tagged you in Discord. He doesn't want it, so it must be done. Who? Don't mod me. It'll make me less hyperbolic. I know. I'll be right back. And we finally failed. 5,300 tests. Oh, the press conference is live. We're going to be live? Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like we just avoided slipping into the negative gamma there.
Trying to figure out if it's, yes.
Attention, the press briefing will begin in 10 minutes.
Some of them did, yeah. Decent chunk of them closed out.
Who, me? You go tell them. They don't listen to me.
Yeah, they do. They watch quite a bit.
There's still long puts to the downside, but some of them took profit there on the last test. I might have to rebuild a little. There's still a decent chunk around 53.85. And then, like down here under 50. But there's longer term support at 5,400, so that needs to go first. A breakdown under 5,400 is probably going to be heavily dependent on the press conference. Todd's doing an excellent job today, keeping VIX off 30. I don't know. We reversed and tested the gamma flip. We're testing it again on bearish consolidation, which doesn't bode well. There are still a few calls at 20, but not, maybe like a quarter of what was there when I left.
Yeah, no, I've heard. Probably some middle ground
Sorry.
Now I'm seeing like X-rays and it makes sense. 'Cause that's what they want.
It's not weekly. They do these almost every day. I mean, yeah, actually. Like I know a lot of the stuff that's like, where there's a concern about a constitutional crisis or there's a concern about the rule of law or the legislative bodies action or inaction towards executive branch decisions. These are things that are all extraordinarily impactful for the bond market and things the bond market is actively watching and pricing in. If someone owes you money for the next 30 years and you maybe have $1 billion or $2 billion of exposure to that debt, you're going to care a lot about how they're running their ship. So yeah, it matters. I have no idea what they're covering. I mean, it's random anyway. Reporter, you don't know what the reporters are gonna ask. WeBull running again. Revisited 42 from yesterday's low. Or, well, where it bounced off of yesterday. Yeah, it looks neat. I'm not buying back into it again, but it doesn't look like a bad setup. See, I'm expected downside move 53.32. It's not very impressive. I'm kind of shocked that we've come this close to delta neutral and have not tested it yet. I think Bulls really tried to push for it this morning, but that didn't work out. Yeah, there's an ongoing constitutional crisis that's a bit of an issue. And commentary surrounding that is important. If the executive branch is willing to subvert direct orders from the court, then we don't live in a democracy anymore. Which obviously has an outsized impact on bonds. Shut the fuck up, Bob. We can demand the extradition of anybody, including foreign criminals. You're not a lawyer. He's also not a foreign criminal. No, he was here under our protection. He's probably dead. The only person who openly defied the Supreme Court was Jackson. Who would let him live? I mean, logically. The administration doesn't want him alive. El Salvador doesn't want him alive. The risk of him returning to the United States and becoming the spotlight of media attention is far too great. But also nobody can know he's dead if he is dead, because then he would become a martyr. So, I mean, logically, he just needs to be disappeared. Wasn't our embassy. It's a little bit different. You only care because I've never even seen him. Absolutely not. I would pick people who are experts and subjects. Yeah, this is going pretty well. We lost 5,400. Volatility is very high, Scott. One sec.
Oh, good to see you. Congrats on making new media. It's a good day for it. Lots to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, interpretation.
I can't hold through this. What an awful day. Are you long? You do a brief review of what we're seeing with the gamma curve down into the gex. What do you mean? Those are separate axes. We're getting hung up here because, you know, if you push out to 53.95, then the gamma at 5400 is going to pull it back up. So we really need to get below like 53.90 for a continuation. Right here? No, not really.
Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for my tardiness, but I came directly from the Oval. I have some newsy updates to share from the president, which I know you all very much value and appreciate. So let's get to it. The president promised millions of Christians across the country on the campaign trail that he would create a White House faith office when he returned to the White House, and he has delivered on that promise. The White House Faith Office has put together an extraordinary week-long celebration currently underway for Holy Week ahead of Easter Sunday. The president signed a Holy Week proclamation, filmed a special presidential video message, and will be hosting a pre-Easter dinner tomorrow night and a White House staff Easter worship service on Thursday. The president and the First Lady are honored to continue the tradition of the White House Easter egg roll, which will take place on the South Lawn next Monday. In other news, President Trump is turning America into a manufacturing superpower again. Yesterday, there was a monumental announcement by NVIDIA, one of the largest companies in the world. This is just the latest example. For the first time ever, chip-making giant NVIDIA will produce AI supercomputers entirely in the United States as part of its pledge to produce $50 billion worth of AI infrastructure in our country over the next 4 years. With their manufacturing partners, they have commissioned more than 1 million square feet of manufacturing space to build and test NVIDIA Blackwell chips in the great state of Arizona and AI supercomputers in the great state of Texas. NVIDIA's founder and CEO Jensen Huang touted how the engines of the world's AI infrastructure are being built in the United States for the first time.
I agree,
This
it's pretty
is
funny.
the Trump effect. This follows trillions in other U.S. investments announced already, including $500 billion from Apple
Did you say 50 billion? His tweet said 500.
$100 billion from TSMC and U.S.-based chip manufacturing, and the $500 billion private investment led by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank in artificial intelligence infrastructure. Under President Trump, we're going to produce the cars, the ships, the chips, the airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America at the hands of American workers. On the border, President Trump continues to break records and protect our homeland. According to CBP, Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border for the entire month of March 2025 were lower than the first 2 days of March 2024 under Joe Biden. Incredible law enforcement officers are arresting violent illegal aliens from American communities every day. Here are a few examples from the latest ICE report, which I received this morning. ICE Los Angeles arrested a 54-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of rape by threat, sodomy with a person under 14 years, and kidnapping in San Jose, California. ICE Houston has arrested a 23-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois. ICE Houston arrested a 64-year-old citizen of Honduras convicted of murder in Los Angeles County, California. ICE Chicago arrested a 49-year-old citizen of Guatemala convicted of assault and arson in Prince Williams, Virginia, not far from here. ICE Denver arrested a 36-year-old citizen of Mexico who is registered as a sex offender and has been convicted of sexual assault of a child in Lake County, Colorado. ICE Baltimore arrested a 50-year-old citizen of China convicted of sex trafficking in Bel Air, Maryland. And ICE Boston arrested a 46-year-old citizen of Jamaica convicted of 3 counts of rape of a child and 2 counts of indecent assault and battery of a child under 14 in Boston, Massachusetts. President Trump and our administration will not rest until every single violent illegal alien is removed from our country. The safety of the American people is too important to settle for anything
everyone
less.
knows it's propaganda.
On that note, the Democrat and media outrage over the deportation of Abrego Garcia, an MS-13 El Salvadorian illegal alien criminal who is hiding in Maryland, has been nothing short of despicable. Based on the sensationalism of many of the people in this room, you would think we deported a candidate for Father of the Year. That's because, unfortunately, many in this country care more about this quote-unquote Maryland father, a legal alien MS-13 gang member, than a Maryland mother and an American citizen who was brutally murdered at the hands of a different illegal alien. Of course, I am referring to Rachel Morin. And if you didn't see, yesterday, a Maryland jury found illegal alien Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez guilty of murdering Rachel Morin in August of 2023. She was a 37-year-old mother of 5 who was jogging in an otherwise safe community northeast of Baltimore when this monster ambushed, strangled, and beat her to death before stuffing her brutalized body in a tunnel drain. The Morin family finally got justice yesterday, but they will never get Rachel back. Our hearts go out to Rachel's family, her 5 children, and her mother, Patty, who has suffered the unimaginable loss of her daughter.
That's what I heard. The guy
In
had no
case you missed
criminal
it last
record, and the
week,
Justice
President Trump
Department
signed a
already
national
admitted they arrested
security
him by
presidential
mistake.
memorandum directing federal agencies administering federal land on the border to make land available to the Defense Department in a new national defense area. This followed the president's day 1 executive order committing his administration
holding
to
one guy
marshal all
responsible
available
for
resources and authorities
another
to stop
man's
the
crimes
unprecedented
because
flood
of his
illegal aliens
ethnicity
into
and
our
nationality.
country,
That
and
is
to
correct.
obtain complete operational control of the
We are
borders of the
we are
United States of
attempting to
America.
justify
Once again, the
the
president
illegal
is fulfilling
actions
another
of our
key promise.
well, they're
This new
attempting to
national
justify
defense area
their
spans
own
more than
illegal
170
actions
miles across our border in New Mexico.
by
But in the
pointing
coming
out
weeks, this
that
administration will add more than 90 miles
pointing out
in
his
the state of
his race
Texas.
and
This national defense area
ethnicity.
will enhance our ability to detect, interdict, and prosecute the illegal
very
aliens,
classy.
criminal gangs, and terrorists who were able to invade our country without consequence for the past 4 years under the Biden administration. It will also bolster our defenses against fentanyl and other dangerous narcotics that have been poisoning our communities. With all of this work being done to make America great again, we continue to see a positive response from the American public. A brand new poll published
To be
in
a
the
criminal,
Yale
he
and
would have
Yale
had to have
Partners
gone in
this
front of a
morning found that
judge,
President
which
Trump's
is the whole
approval rating
problem in the
is
first
at an all-time
place.
high. That's because the president is working
One
tirelessly to
sec.
keep his promises to the American people, as I just saw him doing today in the Oval Office. We have a reporter in our new media seat today, Matthew Foldy. I like your boots, Matt. Who is the editor-in-chief of the Washington Reporter. Washington Reporter is a new, fast-growing outlet that breaks stories about legislation and interviews leaders in Congress and across the administration. The publication's readership includes the highest levels of business and government. And with that, please kick us off, Matt.
And we've interviewed you as well. So Caroline,
That's
thanks
right.
so much for having me here on behalf of our readership and the billions of Americans who I think appreciate what you're doing with the new media seat here and making this a more accessible briefing room. I'm curious with Harvard, we saw the Trump administration today announced it's cutting around $2 billion, or freezing $2 billion in funds to Harvard because the campus has serious problems with violence and with anti-Semitism. We saw President Obama, former President Obama, side with Harvard, which rejected the Trump administration's demands. I'm curious, where does the administration see this going with Harvard and with other colleges and universities in America that are refusing to reform in wake of the sort of craziness that we've seen take over some of them?
Thank you, Matt, for being here, and thanks for the question. When it comes to Harvard, the president's position on this is grounded in common sense, in the basic principle that Jewish American students, or students of any faith, should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses. And we unfortunately saw that illegal discrimination take place on the campus of Harvard. There are countless examples to prove it, particularly with the stunning confession by then Harvard President Claudine Gay, who said that bullying and harassment depended on the context. The president at that time made it clear to the American public he was not going to tolerate illegal harassment and anti-Semitism taking place in violations of federal law. So the president made it clear to Harvard, follow federal law, no longer break Title VI, which was passed by Congress to ensure no student can be discriminated against on the basis of race, and you will receive federal funding. Unfortunately, Harvard has not taken the president or the administration's demands seriously. All the president is asking, don't break federal law, and then you can have your federal funding. I think the president is also begging a good question. More than $2 billion out the door to Harvard when they have a more than $50 billion endowment. Why are the American taxpayers subsidizing a university that has billions of dollars in the bank already? And we certainly should not be funding a place where such grave anti-Semitism exists.
I'm curious, you had just mentioned Rachel Morin, and I'm a Maryland man, and I think most Marylanders appreciate what you were saying today. We've seen that Chris Van Hollen, who was Rachel Morin's senator, basically threatening to fly to El Salvador to press for the release of someone who was in America illegally. And not as much sort of from him about Rachel Morin's horrific murder and the verdict that was, I think, rightly reached yesterday. What does the administration think about the priorities we're seeing from Senate Democrats in terms of illegal immigrants instead of the work that agencies like ICE and DHS are doing with the Trump administration?
It's mind-boggling, the priorities of the modern-day Democrat Party. I think it's atrocious that you have Democrats in Congress on Capitol Hill who swear an oath to protect their constituents and to serve them in Washington, D.C., spending more time defending illegal immigrant gang members than their own constituents and law-abiding American citizens like Rachel Morin. And I saw the president personally on the campaign trail, and I continue to see him in his role as president of the United States, put American families first, reach out to the victims, the families of victims at the hands of illegal immigrant crime, and frankly, the actions and the words of the Democrat Party prove they could not care less about the American public. And maybe if they did, they'd see a bit higher approval ratings right now. Thanks for being here with us today. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. To follow up on something that you just said, why do Ivy League schools get so much federal funding?
It's a very good question, and it's a question the president has obviously raised in his discussions and negotiations with not just Harvard, but also Columbia and many other Ivy League institutions. We have the Anti-Semitism Task Force, which the president promised and delivered on. The Anti-Semitism Task Force is across the government, representatives from various federal agencies who meet on a weekly basis to discuss the question that you just raised. And I think a lot of Americans
I mean,
are
for things to
wondering
get
why their
bullish, we
tax
need to
dollars are
get
going
back
to these
above
universities
like
when they are
5430.
not only indoctrinating our
So like
nation's
this can
students,
just
but also
slip right
allowing
back
such
into
egregious
5400
illegal
still.
behavior to occur.
To follow up on immigration.
Maybe a little better above
Deporting
15.
American citizens to Central American prisons. Is it legal, or do you need to change the law to do it?
Well, it's another question that the president has raised. It's a legal question that the president is looking into. And he talked about this yesterday when with his meeting with President Bukele in the Oval Office. He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime who nobody in this room wants living in their communities.
And then there's this CHNV thing. President Biden let more than 530,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela into the U.S. with this.
She looks very flustered
CHNV
today.
program. He did it with the stroke of a pen.
Interesting.
And now a judge will not let President Trump undo it with the stroke of a pen. So are you guys going to give all 530,000 plus people individual deportation hearings, or are you just going to try to deport them?
I spoke to White House counsel's office about this morning because obviously another rogue district court judge is trying to block the administration's mass deportation
that
efforts
Trump
with this
appointed.
latest injunction. We will fight this in the court of law, and we will ensure that every individual who illegally entered our country and was really taken advantage of by the previous administration because they abused the parole system in this country to fast track
Yeah, her foundation's
legal
all
status,
splotchy
as they
today.
said,
Her hair's like a
for
little
these
fucked up.
illegal immigrants, and they completely abused our legal system. Many of these paroled individuals were then given temporary protective status, which the intention of that TPS was only supposed to be used in times of war or storm or destruction in the home countries of these migrants. It was completely abused. These migrants came here for economic reasons, and they illegally entered our country, and the president is not going to tolerate that. And so we will continue to focus on
Orange
deporting
smudges.
as many individuals as we can. Jennifer.
One on tariffs and one on Russia. Can you give us any
Let's
sort of
not
update
assume
on
that
which
she
deals
slept her
are in
way
hand
to
or
the
are
top.
close? Which countries
Okay.
are reaching a deal on tariffs? And then on Russia, can you give us an update on what the agreement was with
She was
Russia?
clearly
The president
chosen
yesterday
for
said
her
that he thinks we'll be
unflinching
seeing some very
loyalty
good deals very
to,
soon. Can you talk a little bit about what Russia
the
agreed to?
administration.
I don't want to get ahead of our United States Trade Ambassador and Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Treasury, all the great individuals who are working incredibly hard to cut
I know
these
it's not
good
true
trade
about
deals.
TPS.
And the president's deeply involved in this as well. He has made it clear to his trade team he wants to personally sign off
She's
on all
married
of
to a
these deals
60-year-old
too.
man.
And
I
so I
know.
don't want to get ahead of them on announcements. But obviously, as you've heard from numerous administration officials, there have been many talks with countries. We've had
sure
more
they're
than
very in
15
love.
deals, pieces of paper put on the table, proposals that are actively being considered. And as we've said consistently, more than 75 countries have reached out. So there's a lot of work to do. We very much understand that, but we do believe that we can announce some deals very soon.
And then on Russia, can you say, did Russia agree to anything with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff?
I don't want to get ahead of those negotiations as well. What I can tell you is that they were a productive conversation was had. As the presidential envoy Steve Witkoff said last night, he believes that Russia wants to end this war, and the president believes that as well. There is incentive for Russia to end this war, and perhaps that could be economic partnerships with the United States, but we need to see a ceasefire first, and the president and the presidential envoy Witkoff made that very clear to the Russians. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. And
Yeah.
I also want to thank your press office for releasing that information that you cited up there regarding the ICE arrests over the last couple of days. And I have them right here, but what I might ask is, why not release the same information for those who were deported to El Salvador?
Well, first of all, that information was released by the Department of Homeland Security. The individuals on the flights to El Salvador are foreign terrorists, and those are counterterrorism operations. They are much different than the arrests and final order of removals that you see on a day-to-day basis that law enforcement agents are conducting around the country.
That information was not, to that detail, was not released by DHS, though.
I just told you the reason. It was a counterterrorism operation, a deportation of foreign terrorists, not illegal criminals who have been convicted of heinous crimes living in our American communities. It's two different things. Foreign terrorist, illegal immigrant criminal, two different things, two different definitions. You should look them up. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Does the president support raising the corporate tax rate to pay for all these other tax cuts he wants to see move through Congress?
Look, I've seen this idea proposed. I've heard this idea discussed, but I don't believe the president has made a determination on whether he supports it or not.
And then secondly, do you have any information on the status of Eden Alexander? Hamas says they lost contact with the unit guarding him following an Israeli airstrike earlier today.
I don't have updates. I have not seen that report, but I can certainly check in with our National Security Council. I have spoken to the president about Eden Alexander, and he's made it very clear to our national security team that finding him is a priority, but unfortunately I don't have any updates to share. But it's a very important matter, and certainly we can check in. Sure.
Hi. How concerned is the president that a federal judge could hold a Trump administration official in contempt of court for defying deportation orders?
We are complying with all court orders. So I see what you're trying to do there with that question, but we're very confident that every action taken by this administration is within the confines of the law, and we continue to comply with the court's orders. And you have seen that, and the president made that clear yesterday in the Oval Office with President Bukele. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
No, we didn't.
Just going back to El Salvador, could you just explain to us a little bit more about the legal basis on which you may be able to send US citizens to prison there? I know you said that President Trump is looking at it, but can you explain to us a little bit more about how that might be possible?
We're looking at it, and when I have more for you to share, I certainly will. Sure.
They'll talk about it after they
Over
start
at the El
deporting
Salvador
U.S.
questions.
citizens.
Yesterday in the Oval Office, administration officials made it very clear that
trading
El
this?
Salvador is
No.
responsible for Mr. Abrego Garcia.
I did
And
finally
El
get out of my
Salvador
pet stuff.
president said we're not going to do anything with him. So my question is, who is responsible for this man and where he's going to end up?
Well, no. First of all, President Bukele said that he is not going to smuggle a foreign terrorist back into the United States of
That's not how
America,
that works.
as many in this room in the Democrat Party seemingly want him to do. Abrego Garcia was a foreign terrorist. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result. There is never going to be a world in which this is an individual who's going to live a peaceful life in Maryland because he is a foreign terrorist and a MS-13 gang member. Not only have we confirmed that, President Bukele yesterday in the Oval Office confirmed that as well. So he went back to his home country where he will face consequences for his gang affiliation and his engagement in human trafficking. I'm not sure what is so difficult about this for everyone in the media to understand, and it's appalling, truly appalling, that there has been so much time covering this alleged human trafficker and this gang member, MS-13 gang member.
Ooh, she said alleged. She spoke the loud part
It's
wrong.
truly striking to me. Karen.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was posting on Truth Social today about helping American farmers. And last week in his cabinet meeting, he was talking about a plan to work with farmers to retain workers who are in the U.S. illegally, provided that they leave and then come back through what he said would be a legal process. Can you give details on what that would look like? How many workers he's talking about? How
Should we
long
slip
a plan like that would take to
5,300?
implement, and a timeline
It's
for
a
more
bit out of
details on
reach right
getting
now.
this actually to implementation.
I can check in with our immigration and our policy team and get you some more details on that, Karen.
And is this something he wants to roll out soon? I mean, he was talking back and forth with Secretary Rollins.
Right.
This is kind of imminent that he wants to do this.
Yeah, look, the president is in constant communication with all of his cabinet
It's
secretaries.
surreal to listen to somebody with no
Secretary
morals, who
Rollins,
know they have no
has the
morals
backs of
and just
American
don't
farmers
care.
and ranchers. It's
Yeah,
something
yeah,
that
that's
he spoke
interesting.
about with her in the front of all the cameras in the cabinet room, but I'll check in with not only our immigration team, but also with USDA.
Why do you
and
guys
we'll
keep
get you
asking me the same
Done.
questions? Just let us do illegal stuff
Good to see you.
and look the other way.
The president has long said that it would be an abuse of power for a president to direct prosecutors to investigate him. Last week, President Trump explicitly directed the Justice Department to scrutinize Chris Krebs to see if it can find any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. How is that not an abuse of power to direct the Justice Department to look into an individual, a named individual?
Look, the president signed that executive order. It's the position of the president.
She doesn't
to
actually
sign
lie
that is
very
well
well.
within
She just
his
bowls
authority to do
through
it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have
her
signed it.
lies
And
and
he
then
signed it, and that's his
silences
policy.
the questioner,
Jeff, how you doing?
which isn't really convincing. Like, no one's convinced by
The
it.
president floated on Truth Social, I believe, the possibility of removing tax-exempt status. How serious is that threat? And are there other
It's really not a very effective
follow-up question on
debate tactic.
Can you give us an update on what the president hopes to come from the next?
Yeah, pound the table.
Sure. First, when it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear they must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism.
Now
that
people have to
took
say
place
sorry
on their
and
college
thank
campus
you?
against
What the
Jewish
fuck?
American students. There were
That's
professors,
un-American.
who said that he had engaged in discriminatory behavior against Jewish students. Of course, you had the former president of the university saying bullying and harassment depends on the context. You also had an encampment on Harvard Yard that we all saw play out before the cameras. The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and the disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior. As for the tax-exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates. I do want to answer your question on on Iran, of course. The maximum pressure campaign on Iran continues, but as you know, the president has made it clear he wants to see dialogue and discussion with Iran while making his directive about Iran never being able to obtain a nuclear weapon quite clear. And the president spoke to the Sultan of Oman today, who helped facilitate these talks. I have a readout for all of you. He held a call with the Sultan of Oman today, and he thanked him for hosting the first direct meeting between the United States and Iran, and emphasized the need for Iran to end its nuclear program through negotiations. The two leaders also discussed the United States' ongoing operations against the Houthis, and emphasized that the Houthis will pay a severe price until they end their attacks on maritime traffic in the Red Sea.
That's really not working out that well
As you
for
know,
him,
an
because
additional
Trump's
negotiation
crashing the
between,
market,
Steve Witkoff
which
and
they
Iran's
actively don't want.
representative has been scheduled for Saturday. And since these are ongoing negotiations, I have nothing more to add on that.
About Iran.
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. When you said that the president said that Iran will never have nuclear weapon, is the focus on dismantling the entire
no,
nuclear
positioning's
program,
pretty much
or
the
it's just
same.
restricting
And now we're falling back to
uranium or
5,400,
the missile
which is
program?
what I
The
said was
president does
likely.
not want to see Iran have a nuclear program. He does not want Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been very clear about this. Shelby. Shelby, you have a seat today.
I know, stole it.
Glad to see it.
Two quick ones on TikTok. First, is the president expecting to extend the TikTok ban that's now June 19th if China doesn't come to the table in time?
Well, June 19th is a long ways away, obviously. I think it's 2 months away. 2 months is a long time in the Trump administration, as you have all seen. We work at Trump speed around here. We get a lot done, so definitely don't want to get ahead. The vice president continues to lead these negotiations and talks. The president's involved, and they're ongoing.
And then the president previously said he'd consider reducing tariffs on China in order to get a TikTok deal done. Is that option still on the table?
Look, the president has made his position on China quite clear, although I do have an additional statement that he just shared with me in the Oval Office. The ball is in China's court. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference between
Look at
China and any
Trump's
other
feed.
country,
Yeah,
except
wake
they
up.
are much larger.
Clean up
And
the
China
dirty diaper
wants
from
what
overnight,
we have,
tweet
what
some
every country
things,
wants.
3
what we
hours of
have,
meetings
the
in which you
American
ramble
consumer.
about
Or to
stuff,
put it
and
another
then
way,
right back
they
to
need
bed.
our money. So the president, again, has made it quite clear that he's open to a deal with China, but China needs to make a deal with the United States of America. Sure.
On tariffs, yesterday in the Oval Office.
Which outlet are you with?
The Canadian Public Broadcaster.
Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you. Yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump suggested that there could
When
be some
golf,
help
though?
for
That's for the
automakers.
days off.
I'm wondering what that looks like. Is it tariff relief on the 25% tariffs that are in place right now, or the new tariffs that are coming up in May on auto parts? And a second on Canada, if I may. President Trump's tone when it comes to Canada-U.S. relations, Canadians have noticed it's shifted a bit in the past few weeks.
She's gonna
ever since
freak
the
out
election
one day.
campaign started.
Like
He
hard.
stopped talking about Canada becoming the 51st state, at least publicly. I'm wondering if that's on purpose and why.
I would reject the president's position on Canada has shifted. Perhaps he just hasn't been asked about Canada by questions from this group in the Oval Office when they see him almost every day, but the president still maintains his position on Canada. The United States has been subsidizing Canada's national defense.
It's that
and,
look.
he
I've seen it
believes that
before.
Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. As for autos and auto parts, I don't have anything to read out for you
I'm
there,
not
but
sure,
I think the
but
point
when
the
she
president
does,
is
she's
making
gonna
is
say some shit
flexibility,
that she'll
and he
regret.
has flexibility when it comes to negotiations and talks, but ultimately his goal in his fair trade deals that he is pursuing with many countries around the world is to put the American worker first. And we had automakers and auto workers
My ex-wife
here,
had that
at
look.
the White House on Liberation Day.
You can see it just
believe in this
frothing
president
under
and
the
his
surface,
negotiating ability to put them first,
wanting
and
to say
bring
all the
those jobs
things
back to
and
the
not
United
being
States
able
of America.
to.
And the president's been very clear about that in his conversations with the automakers.
The cracks are showing.
Deanna, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. One on Ukraine and one on China. On Ukraine, this past weekend, Zelensky offered an invitation to President Trump, extending an offer for him to visit Ukraine. Just wondering if there's any update on that. Has Trump seen that offer and what he's thinking about?
I don't know. Actually, I haven't talked to the president about that, or if he saw Zelensky's offer. I'm sure he did. I haven't spoken to him about it. I can ask him what he thinks. I certainly don't have any plans to share on a potential trip to Ukraine, though.
And then on China, this last week, Chinese officials were posting videos on, social media sites depicting a Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk in AI-generated videos working in factories, putting together Nike shoes and, iPhones and products like that. Does the White House, have they seen these videos? Do you guys have a response to that?
I have seen the videos. I'm not sure who made the videos or if we can verify the authenticity, but whoever made it clearly does not see the potential of the American worker, the American workforce. The president believes in the American people, and he knows that we have the best not only consumer base in the world, but also the best workforce in the world, and that's why he's so focused on bringing investments home and
As soon as they find the
shoring
guy
up
who
our
made those
critical supply chains
videos,
and
he's
bolstering
going
our
straight to El
manufacturing here as
Salvador.
well. Brett.
Would the president support a ban on members of Congress trading stocks?
Authenticity of an AI
Certain that's
video.
something the president would be interested in looking at, and I can ask him if
Exactly.
he would support such a bill. Sure. Yes.
I have a question about the president's posting this morning on farmers. He asked farmers to be patient and just hold on. But a lot of farmers that I've talked to in the last week or so have said, you know, they're in the middle of spring planting season, and that a trade war makes everything sort of up in the air. What would his message to them be? And also, is there anything specifically planned to provide relief like in President Trump's last term?
Yes, well, relief is being considered. The Secretary of Agriculture, I know, has spoken to the president about that, and again, it's being considered. And as for the president's message to the farmers, he put it out himself. He could speak for himself much better than I can speak for him, and so I would just direct you to the statement he had.
Your job is
telling
to speak for
farmers
him.
again and reiterating his support for them and that he has their backs, which he certainly does. Kelly, in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions.
I never bump into
The first
farmers
one,
to
a
talk
Georgia
to.
man
Me
was just
either.
arrested over alleged
Poopy
threats to
does.
kill Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. Reportedly, there is now increased security around the FBI deputy director. Can you talk about the level of threats against various administration officials, and then a second one on Biden?
I'm sorry to hear that. I had not seen that report. It's
Breaking
very
news,
unfortunately,
US
and
Delta
obviously
Force
the White House,
has
the president,
successfully
the entire
extradited,
administration
deported
condemn any
a
threats of
Chinese
violence
citizen
against
from
any
Shenzhen,
administration
China
officials
to an
or
El
public
Salvadorian
officials
prison.
on both sides of the aisle here in Washington.
Yeah, we
DC.
could go get that guy,
And we
right?
commend the local law enforcement agencies. For
Can't get
arresting this individual.
Biden, he's
Can't get a
former
Braga,
President
though.
Biden. He's set to deliver
It's too hard.
His first major speech since leaving office tonight. He plans to talk about what I'm told will be Social Security under the current administration, closing of offices.
She needs to
also
talk
good
more
times
about how they
for
aren't
workers
going to
or seniors
cave to
with
China.
disabilities to
See, Chinese
access
citizens will
benefits,
put
as
up
Democrats
with
have been
any
saying
amount
today.
of
I
recession
wanted to
or
get the
depression.
president's response or
They have no
the man's
choice.
response to this and
US
comments
citizens will
on what
not.
Democrats are calling cuts to Social Security.
My first reaction when seeing former President Biden was
They
speaking
know
tonight was I'm shocked that he is speaking at nighttime. I thought his bedtime was much earlier than his speech tonight. I understand the topic of his speech will be Social Security. Let me make it very clear ahead of former President Biden's remarks. President Trump, is absolutely certain about protecting Social Security benefits for law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens and seniors who have paid into this program. He will always protect that program. He campaigned on it, he protected it in his first term, and he's back again to continue protecting it. On the topic of Social Security, I have some news before I let you all go. Later this afternoon, the president will be signing a presidential
I don't know why
memorandum
people aren't just
aimed at
pushing their
stopping illegal
states.
aliens and other
That's what
ineligible
everyone
people
should
from
do.
obtaining
Just get your
Social
states
Security Act
to
benefits.
leave.
The memorandum will direct the
Pressure
administration
your,
to
I mean,
ensure
fuck the federal
ineligible
government, right?
aliens
They're
are
they're
not
useless
receiving
without
funds
tax
from the
revenue.
Social Security Act program.
So,
it will expand the Social
cut them
Security
off at the
Administration's
trunk,
fraud prosecutor
roots,
program
you
to
know,
at least
whatever.
50 U.S. attorney offices and establishes a Medicare and Medicaid
And if your
fraud
state wants to be
prosecution
part of the
program in
central
15
government,
U.S. attorney
awesome.
offices. The memorandum will also
That'll go
require the
great for
Social
you guys.
Security Administration Inspector General to investigate earning reports.
That's the
for
right way to do
individuals
it. I'm
aged
trying to
100
protest
or
the
older
federal
with
government's a fucking
mismatched
waste
Social
of
Security
time.
records
The
to
US is too
combat
big.
identity theft. And the memorandum will direct the Social Security Administration to consider
Push
whether
your-
to
push your,
reinstate
like,
the use
local
of civil monetary
representatives to
penalties against
leave the union.
individuals who engage in Social Security
States'
fraud,
rights,
an effort
yep.
that has been paused for several
Break
years.
off,
These
form other
taxpayer-funded
collectives and
benefits should
countries.
be only for eligible
It'd be better
taxpayers.
anyway, frankly.
And President Biden should think about what he did in his last term, which is allow tens of millions of illegal people into our country, many of whom were fraudulently receiving.
Have
these
fun
benefits.
being part of the
So
great
we'll hear from
state
the
of
president on that
fucking
later, and we
Illinois
will
or
see you
whatever,
later in
Bob.
the East Room. Bye, guys.
The nation of Illinois. It's gonna be great there. Gherkin could be a great press secretary. Just say, come out, say something condescending, and break people down. I'd be better at it than her. I have a direct line in a group chat to 4 farmers. One's actually smart. The other 3 are dumb as rocks. What do you want to ask them? Are they tired of winning? Aren't the red states like 30% of our economy? Do we need them? No, we can buy food from other people. DMV will be president of Massachusetts, York Island. Canada can just have New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. Thanks, Nuke. I wrote that for you. Breakdown's such a strong word. If we lose 90, things could get a bit slippery. Oh, fuck. Don't tease me like that. Are we gonna have goon sessions again? I want to break out the lube. Where is it? Are we even gonna need lube right away? We're gonna be so wet. I feel like it's been ages. Is Hertz gonna moon? Didn't it already? No, maybe. I see a sponsorship opportunity in your future. Wait, which one? I wonder if I wore a button-up shirt and shaved my beard, if people would take me seriously. Maybe I just need a button-up shirt. I'm gonna start wearing button-up shirts and just coif my hair every day. I want to feel good. Fuck you guys. Sometimes I want to look pretty too. They'll take you seriously if they see you holding a mini chainsaw. Dork. Patagucci vest like the hedgies. You dress for the job you want. I don't think I fit in any of my $3,000 suits. to be perfectly honest. 2 of them are 5,000, but that's not the point. Ooh, I was making food. Hold on, I'll be right back. I don't know. If we lose 90, it's important. Oh, I didn't miss anything. Cool. Wait. That's not right. Is it? Oh, okay. It is. We're testing 90. Yeah, if we lose 90, things can get worse. Yeah, it might be. There we go. Ooh, hold on. Having a tiny feast. Persian food. That line? It's nothing. Just ignore it. It's like an old thing we built that doesn't work. What the actual fuck is that? Only Jesus. Stop gaslighting the pickle jar about the mustard indicator. It doesn't do anything. I'm not Persian, but their food is delicious. Then delete it. Why?
In the
the State Department's doing a briefing?
In the words of Ambassador
That should be
Witkoff,
interesting.
quote, a deal with Iran will only be completed if it is a Trump deal. Any final arrangement must set a framework for peace, stability, and prosperity in the Middle East, meaning that Iran must stop and eliminate its nuclear enrichment and weaponization program. It is imperative for the world that we create a tough, yet fair deal that will endure, and that is what President Trump has asked me to do. Also last weekend, Expo 2025 Osaka officially opened on Sunday in Osaka, Japan. The 31,000 square foot USA pavilion showcases American excellence, innovation, and leadership, and reinforces our commitment to engagement in the Indo-Pacific and the U.S.-Japan bilateral relationship.
What did we open?
Over the coming 6 months, the Expo looks forward to welcoming millions of visitors. Back here at home, Secretary Rubio joined President Trump in welcoming President Bukele to the United States yesterday. Since Secretary Rubio's visit to El Salvador, the United States has deported dangerous MS-13 and TDA gang members to El Salvador's prison. Because of this, our nation is safer and more secure. As Secretary Rubio said of President Trump and President Bukele, our hemisphere is lucky to have two leaders who are totally aligned in their commitment to law and order. Last, in non-foreign policy news, I want to applaud the Trump administration's FDA on their plan to phase out various animal testing requirements. As the FDA said in their announcement, quote,
just test it
the
on
new
people
approach is
in El
designed to
Salvadorian
improve drug
prisons.
safety and accelerate the evaluation
Way
process
better
while
data.
reducing animal experimentation, lowering research and developmental costs, and ultimately lowering drug prices. Bravo. That's my topper. All right, now, to your questions. Sir, Mr. Matt Lee, the AP.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes.
I just wanted, just a point of clarification. You said that only President Trump can undo the damage done to the world, the nation and the world by the global left?
I know, surprising
this
that
has
it
to
comes
do
from
with-
me, isn't it? Surprising
Yeah,
that that comes
this
from me.
has to do with, you're talking about tariffs, right? And the whole world free trade, international trade regulations, which began after the Second World War.
Well,
I'm
yes.
looking at one Eisenhower, two Nixon, Reagan, Bush,
Matt, may I answer you?
one,
I know.
and Bush two,
Yes.
and I'm.
Yes.
find it hard
Well, you
to
know,
believe that
there's
you're-
something. Let me
Are they
answer you,
part
sir.
of the global
Let
left?
me answer you. Let me answer you. Everything that starts like World Trade, there's always a good idea, right? You always have a really great plan, and things move along, and it's very good and it's very nice. And then time changes, and the left gets control of certain aspects, certain countries, certain Congresses, and things begin to change, and spending begins to increase, and arrangements begin to change, and are not necessarily as good for the United States. The fact of the matter is, at this point in time, we are on an unsustainable path, a burden that is crushing. You see it in the actions that this administration has to take regarding the budget of this entire entity. This becomes an addiction. It's an addiction to other people's money. And as Margaret Thatcher noted, of course, is that the main
part of the
problem with
global
socialism,
left,
sir, the main problem with socialism is that is when you run out of other people's money. Because that eventually happens. I know that's not perhaps satisfactory for the Associated Press. But I love you anyway, Matt. I love you anyway. But your question is, at least my answer to what your statement was, is
I have
that
no
at this
idea
point
who
in
she
time, President Trump is the only person that can undo the Leviathan that this trade framework became around the world.
spokesperson
and he's
for the
doing
State
it, and I've been
Department?
watching this coverage, the pearl clutching. It's been remarkable. This is going to be one of the greatest resets of many resets that the Trump administration has implemented, and it's going to make a difference not just for the American people, but for all those countries that realize that this has to change. So it'll be better for the world over.
My point was merely that, are you trying to say that all those presidents and who you just mentioned, Margaret Thatcher, are part of the global left?
I've just talked way too much already. I think I've answered that. Yes, sir. I think I've answered that.
All right. So on the grants that you just said were canceled, and I want to seg from this, can you be more specific about what those were? The two, what was it, 139?
Well, we'll get those details.
more-
What we do know is that the secretary himself felt passionate enough about this to tweet it himself.
Oh, he did? I'm
And
sorry, I missed that.
what I stated to you about his commentary was from his account, the secretary's tweet, at 12:35 p.m. this afternoon. And I'll read it again because there's a couple more details here in the tweet. Under my direction, the State Department has canceled another 139 grants worth $214 million. The American taxpayers should not be funding misguided programs like building the migrant domestic worker-led movement in Lebanon or get the trolls out in the United Kingdom. We are cleaning up the mess the previous administration left and rebuilding an agency that's focused on putting America first. So those are two examples that the secretary shared. There are, because I'm a mathematician, 137 more. I'm sure at some point we will, I believe that, I'll tell you what, let's see if we can find the full list. We'll move ahead accordingly.
So, and that just segs into the broader budget question. You saw the reports yesterday and the day before about the OMB plans for a drastic reduction in the State Department, or the Function 150 budget, which includes state and USAID. What can you tell us about that, those?
I can tell you that throughout the history of the United States, everyone has a budget plan. And everyone has ideas for budgets. And every president has a budget plan and sends it to Congress. And then Congress either accepts it or they have their own ideas, which happens more often than not. I can tell you that whatever you've seen in public was not released from this entity, was not released from this department. It was not released by the secretary. That there is no final plan, final budget, final dynamic. That is up to the White House and the President of the United States as they continue to work on their budget plan and what they will submit to Congress. So I would suggest that you check with the White House. But the kinds of numbers and what we tend to see is reporting that is
flat
early
spot
or
and, like,
wrong or
like
based
Vada
on
and speed
leaked
climbs up
documents from somewhere
sharply.
unknown. And then everyone writes
So you might be
stories
able to
about
get down
those
to, like,
things. And
70
earlier,
or
when I was
so
speaking with our bullpen here,
before we
whom
ran into
I
more
love
support?
most of the time, it would be wise to be cautious before acting on every single element you see leading up to something as important as this budget coming in from President Trump. So we'll wait and see. Of course, again, these are not known or finalized or planned. Only President Trump has that information, and we're going to see it soon, I'm sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'll follow up on that, though. There was some criticism from Democratic lawmakers about contributions to international organizations dropping by 89% from 1.4 billion last year to 169 million, including, quote, eliminating funding for the UN and NATO. Is that something that the department is considering, eliminating funding from those agencies?
You know, that's from a story that is looking at a memo that was leaked or not from a plan that is a suggestion. What I can tell you, though, is it really makes me concerned when I see the word eliminate. I traveled to NATO for that summit with the secretary. Every meeting, every moment, every time on camera, in every bilateral meeting, talking with the Secretary General, the one message, it was with several messages, but the singularly important message that everyone there cared about was the fact that the Secretary of State of the United States reiterated our complete commitment to NATO, as has the President of the United States. Now, what we also want in our commitment means that we want to make sure and help to make sure that the nations in NATO can actually deliver on the mission of NATO, which is to be a deterrent.
Is this the woman like the accountant for the State Department?
Fight them, or to fund them, or to make it a little bit better as the wars are going on. NATO was meant to be a collection of entities that would stop the bad actors from doing the bad thing, because
Rubio
it would
was
be very,
just like,
very
I can't
bad for
today.
them if they did
I
it.
can't.
And at this point, clearly, we've got nations that have got to ramp up,
Some of the
share
rice
the
is
burden,
yellow,
increase their
some of
defense
it's white.
spending, not because we're meanies, but because we are committed to NATO. And NATO has to be the thing that it has been purported to be and expected to be at the beginning and wants to be. I have to tell you that there was recognition of this fact. At NATO, the number of countries increasing their budget commitment to defense, the recognition that it was an important thing, without exception. And that's where, when we think about a story about eliminating
We've got like
funding
pickles
to NATO,
and roasted tomato,
couldn't be
vegetables,
further from the truth.
some grilled onion.
This is about making NATO stronger, making NATO, well, dare I say, great again. But that's where it becomes fear-mongering and understandably upsets
Whatever the fuck
people.
that shit's called.
But as I've said with the other review
olives,
we've had with the foreign aid, some things will change, but it doesn't mean that we've changed our commitment to something, but it may look different. That if in fact other nations are coming together and raising their commitment and their contribution, perhaps the American contribution then does come down, and yet NATO is stronger.
Like saffron,
So that is, I think,
roasted
part of
Cornish
what
hen.
every family does, is looking out for each other, being honest, and providing solutions to that problem. So that story comes from the same speculation that has come from other documents that are moving about, when nothing could be further from the truth, and certainly commenting on numbers they might have is not helpful. There will be plenty to discuss when President Trump releases and sends to Congress his budget bill. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I got one on Syria and one on Yemen. Has the department made any decision, or is it reviewing potentially granting visas to any Syrian ministers for next week's World Bank and IMF meetings?
Let's take that back. I don't have information on that. It's a good question, of course, with the meeting coming up, but I'll have that to you. And was it Yemen?
Yes. We've obviously, the U.S. has been engaged in a military campaign over there for the past several weeks. Is the State Department leading any diplomatic path to get to whatever end result it is that the U.S. wants? We've seen reports that the U.S. is now looking at potentially supporting a ground invasion in Yemen, or supporting factions inside of Yemen to push ahead with the momentum after the military campaign.
Well, I won't speak on any negotiations that may or may not be happening, or diplomatic considerations. I think many people have seen the reports regarding actions that may or may not be happening on the ground in Yemen as the Houthis' ability to resist is degraded. That's not something I can remark on. Of course, though, when we think about the nexus of the nature of what's happening in the Middle East, the United States has made its point clear, as the Secretary and through the President, through the ceasefire work and the nonstop efforts regarding the issues in Israel and on the Gaza Strip, and certainly now in the remarkable fact that Iran is at the table regarding their condition, which has also been affected, of course, by the degrading of Hezbollah, certainly the disaster that Hamas has brought that region, including Iran. So when we think about the ceasefire and making people's lives better, it certainly affects the entire region. And I think that's what we can all count on. Yes, ma'am.
Tammy, thank you. You started out with some of your remarks saying that Iran must stop and dismantle its nuclear program.
Well, let me say that was Ambassador Witkoff.
Yeah, echoing what Ambassador Witkoff tweeted earlier today. But just trying to get some clarity on what the administration sees as a potential end goal here with these negotiations with Iran, because last week, heading into the talks in Oman, Witkoff made some remarks to the Wall Street Journal in which he said that the red line would be the weaponization of Iran's nuclear capability, presumably leaving the door open to Iran maintaining a civilian nuclear program. So is the administration open to an end state where Iran does still have a civilian nuclear program, but they are no longer able to speedily get a nuclear weapon?
Well, first of all, for a comprehensive response, and we heard from Caroline earlier, the White House has that kind of response. What I can say, nevertheless, is that the Secretary has been clear, as has the President, as has been the Ambassador, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon or an enrichment program. What we hear, and I said this again to our friends earlier in the day, as I do, some of you listening from home, I kind of spend about a half hour with our bullpen during the day, and we have some talks and find out what's on their mind. But what I mentioned, because there's always a reaction to a single tweet or a remark that's in a newspaper. And as we are clearly moving to a secondary meeting, which I still won't call a negotiation, but that could change, is that these are people who are the best in the world.
It's a State Department thing, but they're supposed to talk about Brago, and they're supposed to talk about
dealing with bad actors
Iran.
and getting peace and ceasefires. But when things are being said in the moment, in public, it is, you must consider that these are not, that's not part of how they negotiate in the sense of whatever they're talking about together. And that one should always wait and see that no one's negotiating in public, no one is, I don't know who that message would be for or the nature of what's said and how and what format. I would say what matters is an end result, our parties agreeing, papers being signed. It is not what people say, but the actions they take. We have shown that as a nation when the actions that we take and the nature of what we commit to, you can combine the two of what we say and what we do. But I would say that there's one goal here, and that is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and certainly or the enrichment program, and that is, I think, a pretty easy thing to start with, and that is the one thing that we know that they're working on, and I think we'll have some success considering who we're addressing.
So just
yes, sir.
Follow up on Iran. You mentioned Ambassador Witkoff's tweet today. Last night in an interview with Fox News, he was talking about keeping Iran's enrichment levels below 3.67%, which is like on par with JCPOA. Today he talked about eliminating Iran's enrichment. So what's the reason of this difference here?
Well, if you can contact the White House, but what I just noted to you is that these are comments that are made, it could be made, by anyone in the moment of something that's happening. I would point to his comment today on Twitter, but I also, Ambassador Witkoff speaks for himself quite well, and he is a very transparent man. What's going to matter is what is accomplished, what the end result will be, as opposed to parsing one statement or a sentence line there and another one over here. I know we all want answers because, well, humanity has an interest in the end result of this. But I would just caution you in that regard, and to wait. And again, the thing that matters is what is accomplished.
She said she was a mathematician,
and
so
if anyone can do
possibly
that, it
just
would
too
be
educated
President Trump and his vision, along
to be
with
good at this job.
Ambassador Witkoff, who's done a great job in this regard. Yes.
Tammy, thanks so much. A couple questions on the Palestinian Authority. The Times of Israel reported a few days ago that
kind of like
Mahmoud
watching the
Abbas had sent
nerdy
a letter
kid try to be the
Secretary
teacher's
Rubio,
pet.
trying to open up the door to get certified that the pay for slay program has been ended by the Palestinian Authority. I know you're not going to comment on that correspondence, but in a broader perspective, the State Department is not exactly doling out foreign aid with any enthusiasm at the moment, and the purpose of ending pay for slay would be to restart foreign aid to the Palestinian Authority. So does the State Department have any appetite at this point to start that process if the end result is no foreign aid being distributed in the end anyway? And the second question I have is just the broader bird's eye view relationship right now between the U.S. and the Palestinian Authority. Mahmoud Abbas boycotted during the first Trump term, and we've seen American officials go to Jerusalem a number of times. Historically, they made a corresponding trip to Ramallah or Bethlehem. We haven't seen that so far. So bird's eye view.
I think I always try to give you the bird's eye view. But I would say that, first of all, I can't comment on if there are any negotiations or diplomatic considerations. What I do take issue with immediately is that we don't have any glee or excitement over handing out foreign aid.
She was being
Our
cheeky.
commitment to
Since
foreign aid
139 minus
hasn't
2 is
changed.
137.
It
I
is
know.
in our nature
But
as
she had
Americans.
simultaneously
It's what we
displayed
do.
basic
I
arithmetic
would argue the
skills.
starting of this country was
Clearly a
an aid
genius.
package for the future. My goodness, and it is certainly is
A
also
genius is just more
foreign aid is
intelligent
not
than the mean.
a carrot or a stick in negotiations. If it's needed, it's needed. If it isn't, it isn't. We don't use it in that fashion. So it's yeah, I like you very much, and I think you're a nice guy. But it's always disheartening. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. Only to Matt, I want to be mean. It's disheartening because, but it reminds me, and I'm glad that I'm here, to repeat, for people to not be left with that impression, that it's not like, oh, we got to give foreign aid. It would be great if nobody needed foreign aid. But we know that we are a country with incredible resources. We know that. And we have incredible responsibilities. And we do not shy away from them. It's part of why we do what we do. We want to be a part of the world. We know we can help, and we do. So it's not ever a part of that we just don't want to do something, and so we're not. It's can we? And can it be done properly? Is it aligned with what's great for the United States? And mostly also, certainly it is not used as a weapon. And I just want to say that as strongly as I possibly can. And as far as the nature of what's happening, we are asked often by many of you in different ways, is that there is a constant, regular commitment to Gaza, to the Gazan people, certainly to one of our strongest, if not most stalwart ally, Israel, who have, by the way, a new ambassador from the United States, Ambassador Mike Huckabee. So we're very excited about the future. We are working constantly to have a ceasefire and to change the trajectory on the ground. That has not stopped. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy.
No, please.
Meanwhile, in Bangladesh, there are so many reports, like the New York Times also before 2 weeks reported the alarming rise of Islamist terrorists, Islamist extremism in Bangladesh under the Yunus-backed regime, including protesters openly displaying Osama bin Laden's images, even Nazi symbols like picture like this from Dhaka,
Yes.
and targeting American brands like KFC, Coca-Cola with anti-Semitic rhetoric allegedly incited by figures
All right.
like advisors of interim government
Right.
Of Bangladesh.
Sir, I've heard you, and I know and I appreciate your passion. And Bangladesh is a country with certain issues. They are also a country that we've talked about often, certainly with the questions from the crew here.
Later, Nickel
For
Air.
a specific dynamic, I'm going to have us take that away. What I do have is something I want to mention regarding Bangladesh, which is that there's been an arrest of a UK MP, Tulip Sadiq. This from the Bangladeshi courts have issued that arrest. It is, of course, all of this, and what you're discussing, even protests, et cetera, are a matter for the Bangladesh authorities to handle. And, of course, talking with them matters a great deal as well. So ultimately, the future of Bangladesh is going to be decided by the Bangladeshi people. They're facing what you've been describing.
We can just reject off
for
the
some,
gamma flip.
and in others that, of course, we've seen the reports as well. And, elections matter. We know, I don't want it to sound trite here, but it's true. Democracy matters, and actions by people matter to confront issues that might, in fact, as we've seen over the last 20, 25 years, destroy their lives. It's pretty clear what the choices are for many nations on this planet. So thank you, sir. Yes, sir, with the beard.
Thanks, Tammy. I want to ask about negotiations with Russia. Has there been any discussion of sanctions relief, and has the White House asked the State Department to draw up any list of sanctions that could be removed?
I won't speak to any discussion between the White House, certainly in the State Department, Secretary Rubio, and any other leader here. What I can say is a reminder that what was clear from the beginning, there would be no negotiations, no decisions, no arrangements until Palm Sunday. It's clearly a dynamic where there have to be more questions about the nature of who's really committed to peace and a ceasefire. But there is no negotiations
How would you guys feel if we spent
or
the next
arrangements
year
and based on the
between
regular
ES
statements from
5400
the administration
and
and from
5500?
Secretary Rubio as well, that until it's a meat grinder. That has not changed. And until that stops, nothing like that is happening. And yet we continue to work, obviously, for the ceasefire in that regard. Yes, sir.
Hi, Tammy. Thank you. I had a question about Sudan. The outgoing Biden administration declared the RSF's actions as a genocide. Does the Trump administration agree with that designation of genocide?
Here's what I can tell you about what's been happening. The United States condemns in the strongest possible terms the RSF's continued escalation of attacks on Al Fasher, North Darfur, as well as the attacks on nearby Zamzam and Abu
Tomorrow's
Shuk,
retail sales.
internally displaced
Did you say
persons,
Zamzam?
which is the IDP camps. We are deeply alarmed.
Where the
By
fuck is that?
reports, the RSF has deliberately targeted civilians and humanitarian actors in Zamzam and Abu Shuk. We condemn the RSF's attacks on the most vulnerable of civilians, including killings of at least 10 U.S.-funded relief workers providing critical life-saving assistance. We urge the protection of civilians, including humanitarian workers. We also call for the opening of humanitarian corridors to enable humanitarian access and the safe passage of civilians fleeing violence. The belligerents must uphold their obligations under international humanitarian law and must be held accountable.
So are you declining to affirm the designation of genocide?
I've made my statement clear, but what this does mark, today marks 2 years since the start of the conflict in Sudan. And this conflict has caused death, destruction, and a displacement crisis that has the potential to destabilize the entire region with massive flows of displaced people, arms, and disease. It is past time for the warring parties to put down their guns and negotiate a durable peace that allows for broad-based participatory dialogue so the Sudanese people can decide their future in a peaceful and unified Sudan. Yes, I've answered you. I've extensively answered you quite extensively, sir. Go ahead, please.
Sudan, I wondered, the previous administration had been involved in trying to facilitate peace talks between the two parties. Are there any such activities going on?
Well, I can't report on anything that is happening or might happen, but again, I think that the Trump administration and Secretary Marco Rubio have proven their commitment to these kinds of issues in a way that no other administration, frankly, has in facing these dynamics all around the globe, especially with the nature of the kinds of carnage and the relentlessness. So while I can't speak to you about specifics, I think that we all know what this administration stands for. Yes, in the blue jacket.
Two questions, briefly. One is in regard of the visit of the
okay, was that just like a little bit
Minister
subversive?
Today at 3:30. If you can tell us a little bit about.
She keeps saying like terrible things, and then she's like, "You know what this administration's about."
No, I can't. It's so nice. It's so nice with the Italian reporter, the nice Italian accent.
Right.
Can you tell? It's like no.
No, I understand. Fine. The second
There's
question.
plenty to talk about, I'm sure. I mean, you know, you know.
Understand.
Yes.
No problem. The second one is regarding the cat announced by Secretary Rubio, if I'm not mistaken, on the funds on United Nations and NATO.
That was asked. That was asked. There's been no.
There was some reports on the.
Well, there's always
what I'm
there's. I love you guys, but there's always some report. And I answered very
What a racist
specifically
lady! Yeah, as a
commitment to NATO is a strong commitment. I
as
was
someone who
there with the
identifies as
secretary.
also a
That
white
was
person, I'm offended.
singular, really a main message about our commitment to NATO is as strong, if not stronger. Our presence indicates that, but also our words and our actions indicate that. And our asking our NATO partners to become
You know what
stronger,
this ad is
and
about.
more involved in their own defense spending is an indication of that
I need
commitment.
memes of this woman. She's so
All right, you guys.
surprised.
I think that's gonna be it, you guys, for today. I have to be somewhere, which is unusual. Normally, it's only here that I have to be. You have a nice weekend too.
This is the first time she's talked outside of an office in a year.
Shared over the weekend about the 10 men being sent 10 additional men being sent to El Salvador.
Who is
do you know on which authority they were sent? Was it AEA or Title 8?
So, first of all, he did note that, and which means this country is certainly a little bit safer, isn't it? I would refer you to the Department of Homeland Security and DOJ, which makes those kinds of decisions. I would also note that it was great to have President Bukele here. Clearly, a remarkable man and such a great ally, helping to make America safer again. And his love for the American people is I think pretty obvious, even though he loves El Salvadorans more, I'm sure. But it was a great weekend in that regard. Obviously, not a good weekend with certain other actions. But this is a busy administration. It is a country that is standing ready to do what's necessary to help not just their neighbors, but also the rest of the world. We're not even 100 days in. And it's I don't know about
Tammy Bruce. She's the spokesperson.
So I look forward to
for
more,
the
and thank you for
the
that
State
question,
Department.
and I will see you on Thursday. Thank you, everyone. Except for Matt.
That's crazy. This is her actual job. She's getting her Easter started a little early. Go easy on her. That was something. She was a conservative radio host for a long time. See, that's what I need to do to lock in my retirement. How can I be a conservative stock analyst? I also don't want to go to El Salvador. Is it too late? Have I burned the bridge? You need a scam coin. Rubio did it. He turned it around. Just trim your beard and wear your suit on stream. It's too expensive. It won't look like I'm working for the people. You're a business owner? You just need to kiss the ring. Oh, that's right. Has anybody tried to just take down MAGA from the inside? You're not working for the people. You baited me into a pigeon whale for fake mod consideration. It's not fake. I'm actually considering you. Just buy a $5 million gold citizenship. I already have that. Has anyone ever tried winning an election? No. Trojan horse? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But, like, what do you do once you're on the inside? Because, like, I feel like the thing you would usually do is be, like, willfully inept in a sabotaging way. But that's everybody's primary job already. So you'd actually just be doing what you're supposed to be doing? You have to be willfully competent. You leak their evil plans right before they do them for maximum backlash? Why? Everybody's already part of the Telegram chat. How about this? Everyone starts life in the El Salvadorian penal colony, and you work to get your Trump gold card. Okay, so we'll send you there and see how that works out. Do you like that idea? Do you want to go to El Salvador? I don't think you'd like the food. It might be. We don't know. They do have pupusas. You said penal? Yeah, I did. You can exchange your citizenship with some rich guy in China plus a few million. Deal. They have more potential freedoms. They're becoming more democratic, more pro free trade. We got a strong manufacturing base, a lot of jobs, you know? And they care about their people. I've never seen a net around my building. Just get the Dems to act normal. Like, no more controversial stuff from the far left 5%. They'd probably get 80% of the vote. Can't do that. Have to choose the most unelectable candidate every single time. And live in a fantasy land where America isn't overtly sexist and racist. And then every 12 years capitulate, put up someone who's a centrist, and they immediately get elected with an overwhelming vote. What makes you think we're ever going to have a fair election again? Are you delusional? When have we ever had one? I mean, who knows? Carter? There's no way he got in on an unfair election. People were just like, yeah, right, yeah. Him. Not fair until we get rid of the Electoral College. I know a certain party that'll never do that. Because they don't want equivalent voting. Like, they don't want a popular vote. That would be terrible. Because they actually couldn't win. Ever. That's the same issue, Dork. And you're just trying to get Ross Perot in office. I don't want to... Well, yes. Yes, I am. How about only letting landowners vote? Have we tried that before? We're not crashing anymore? Actively? No. We're also not going to the moon anymore. We're in like geostationary orbit. What? Yeah, why don't we just sell the votes? Like, have a sliding scale for how much each congressional vote costs. Get rid of the Congress people. We'll never have to pay taxes again. You want to buy one vote? 500 grand. 2 votes? 3 million. You know, and just move up from there. Isn't that lobbying? No, it's way more honest. And then just t-shirt cannon those bundles of money onto the people. So we can go buy the products that allow them to buy votes. No, you don't. You're missing the corporations, but God. The corporations act as your representative. So you're running for president in 2028? I wonder if I could win. Like, if I get in a presidential debate on CNN and say, "Cum fart says what" to my opponent, and then he says what, I think I win. That's just good publicity. You can barely get 200 likes per stream. I just need more than 50%. We got like 472 viewers and 200 likes. And I can just look at people and be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Hit the like button. And then it goes up. See? It just went up. So on voting day, I just need to shout at people. I do get 100% of the likes per stream. See? 232. And every speech with this is not financial advice. I want the entire speech to be financial advice. And then I just want to end it with this was not financial advice. Yep, look at that. We're ready. And there we go. We have the majority. Just like that. That's what Trump did. He just went around the country going, vote for me. I'll make everything awesome. And then people were like, how are you going to do that? And he was like, tariffs. And they were like, all right, I don't know what those are. Got my vote. What songs did you play at your rallies? Just my own AI songs. That way I don't have to deal with any pesky copyright infringement. And since that day, we haven't stopped winning. Did you redeploy your cash yet? No. Who's your ideal VP? Trump. I'll just ask Trump to be my VP. You can do that? It makes sense. Like, if I want to win. That's how Trump's gonna try to get his third term. You need protection from assassination. You'd want someone like Kendra. Is that what JD Vance is? Trump's meat shield? Oh my god, where's that picture I posted of JD Vance on Trump's shoulders? MOGA? Make options great again. It's the best way to get 100% of the vote. And if he's still alive at that point, he won't even know what he's saying anymore. Nope, there it is. Can I be your press secretary? I'll start every meeting with a wine slam. It's gonna be either you or NW. NW could just go up there every day and read quotes of things I said the day before. They're making Elder Scrolls Oblivion remastered. Is it for Samsung refrigerators or washing machines? No, I would definitely put JFresh in charge of the treasury. So he can finally live his dream of getting paid to argue with economists all day. How many sold puts are at 5,400? A lot. I don't fucking know. It's getting bigger because we're getting closer to expiration. Can I be the welcome to the White House, I love you guy? Sure. Make JFresh in charge of immigration, so you can deport people he would have banned online. Again, the same problem with making JFresh a moderator. He would just ban everybody. Before you run for president, do you have any blackmail that would make you problematic? Or are you just gonna say it's all fake news? I will. I will, yeah, that's what you do, right? Rather than saying fake news, why not embrace it and say, yeah, that was me. How awesome was that? The only thing I'm going to be blackmailed with is this stream. Repeatedly. Tell me that was the last bull gasp. I mean, we could slide back down to 5,400. You've never said anything inflammatory on here that could be taken out of context. It's true. Also, there's so many great ideas that the press could bring up, like baby farms, tiny chainsaws. Did you once explain how you can legally consume endangered species? I mean, I'm here to teach. I don't know what you want. Have you tried pitching baby farms to Elon? I'm sure he'd be more than willing to invest. I don't want to farm his babies. Ew. Seymour, you're the only person who owns any of that shit. I just have gold. Like, wait. President Gherkin, why did you explain how to go long Somali pirates? Don't participate in the Somali pirate market, by the way. It is a one-way ticket to El Salvador right now. Can I be sent to El Salvador for buying puts on Tesla? I don't know yet. Can volume on SPY actually cause SPX to move? Tail wagging the dog. Sure. Like, less likely. This week seems boring as fuck. Yeah. Well, it's a short week. I mean, tomorrow will probably be kind of interesting with retail sales. But it's a short week into a holiday after a violent market move. Isn't Bill Gates massively short Tesla? That was in like 2021. Could Trump just be pumping consumer spending with tariff bullshit? American consumer is healthy as a horse on its deathbed. Didn't someone here get played into buying 3 vehicles before the Trump tariffs? And then they were rolled back or whatever? They weren't rolled back. They're still in effect. They're just not as excessive on China. It was a smart financial decision based on the facts I had available. What if you could loan out your car to someone else and have them pay your interest every month? Or what? Well, now you have 3 cars. Spanish finance minister Cuerpo, U.S. Treasury Secretary Besant sent a message that he wants to make a deal with EU on tariffs. It's not a very strong market reaction. Was the 3-month yield spike last night another glitch? Probably. Did you check other sources besides TradingView? I need to get to my job so I can watch the stream all day. Nice. GS doesn't have live yields. Can't. The market wants to see the White House close a trade deal, and if it's actually substantial or bullshit. Yeah, probably. I would say at this point it's very much put up or shut up. There's some good sites other than TV. I think CNBC has like 15-minute delayed yields. Yahoo probably has them. There's definitely a few. Fuck, I'm tired. If we slip 90, do we get to 80, 50, 35? We might get to like 70. I'm gonna come over, tuck you in, feed you soup while I rub your tummy before I nap. Yeah, I think so. No membership gifting today to celebrate OPEX. Nah. Maybe it wasn't a glitch. This fucking sucks. Nope, we back up again. Hmm. Someone just opened a decent sized out of the money put spread. Some bot calls coming in at 05, 20, 25. This afternoon's price action has been dog dirt. This whole day's been awful. Unless you caught, like, one of the two larger downside moves. It's been pretty shit the entire time. Yeah, we could get stuck here. VIX is relatively low. It's like twice its historic mean. I wouldn't call that relatively low. lowest in a week or so. That's not pertinent. Still super high. In VIX 69. I think you could just do that anytime you want. You buy a put and a call and then go fuck yourself. I like that. The entire day just in shorting M&Q with no stop loss and 4-tick profit grab. I'm up like 600 just memeing. Nice. Sounds like what I do normally without the put and the call. Implement some client-side shit for the socket. So it will auto-recover and keep that shit up. Ooh, nice. Another ignoring a judge thingy happened. What thingy? No big deal. Kind of a big deal. Which one is it? VIX isn't low. It's super, super high. VIX 30 is the new low. Paradigm shift. Actually, though. There's nothing to dump into. Hmm. Hmm. If futures could just shut the fuck on? Stress the fuck out? Chill the final objective. Sell the fuck off. Ah, I see. Shut the front door. Is it right that the chart shows gamma is super high here because there's lots of at the money options? Also, we have 22 minutes until expiry. So therefore price should move really easily, the opposite. Price just getting pinned to 5,400. Feuds need to pee pee poo poo? No, I'm saying I do. It has been a minute. Well, if they can't meet the margin requirements for OPEX, that would be a problem. Gamma like big wall, hard to climb, need ladder. You can't reclaim your time. Was it gamma the rate of change in delta relative to the underlying? Yeah. But the change in gammas, like the largest change in gamma is all at one strike. So just nothing. Like a little pendulum. Where do you spy the spy for tomorrow? Do you see expect some stronger moves? We have retail sales in the morning, which could drive some price action. Especially if it misses. Yeah, so you move away from it and the gamma falls off really fast. A little less so to the downside than the upside, but wow, the stream just hit me with a Harvard Business School ad. Congrats, Pickle Jar. We've made it. I don't know. Yeah, Harvard hasn't said sorry yet. Or thank you. It would be really funny if people start calling Trump dear leader as a meme, and then conservative people start calling him that seriously. I think I have a feature idea now. Oh yeah? Hit me with it. I'm conservative. I don't wear clothes that expose my shoulders, but I've seen your belly button. I didn't say belly button. I said shoulders. I'm not a whore. I think, Nuke, the only way to find out is to see who brings lube to the goon sesh. When would you quit your job to trade full time? I've been making more than my salary for about a year now. It's pretty good. I don't know. How much do you need your salary? Do you have money put away in case market conditions change dramatically? So you can survive a period of time until you can find another job? Are you prepared for the eventualities? Because trading while you have a salary is great. Trading for your salary is tough. Just quiet quit. Start doing less and less. Yeah, then you get unemployment. I'm very bad at this. It's okay, Brett. Wait, I thought you were up like 18 ports. There's like only 42 more ports to go. That was last week? Oh. Are you just buying a lot of options while the market chops? $18 dork ports? So $1,000. I know you're talking about not straddling major levels. How are handling overnight 5,400? I don't know. Maybe I'll sell like a butterfly or something. We might not close at 5,400. We still have 15 minutes for something to happen. How about 2 years expenses saved up? I mean, alright. If you're confident and you've got something to fall back on, I guess it's up to you. Well, here's another question. Does your current job interfere with your trading? Because it seems like you're just making money from both. Doesn't sound like he's taking no for an answer. I mean, he seems pretty resolute. I mean, he's prepared for potentially negative outcomes. But that's all I did. I just saved up some money in case I sucked, and then that was it. SPX can't chop wood. How much did you save? About 2 years of salary. Enough that if I fucked up the first year, I'd be able to spend the next year hunting for a new job. Trump's going live again. Oh, perfect. With 13 minutes to go. Wait, is this them? Isn't he doing more football shit? It's like the Army-Navy football thing. Alright. Ooh. Kind of pulling down to 90 here. See how the gamma shifts over relative to spot? If Tesla has bad earnings next week, do you think it tanks? Do you think Tesla will have good earnings? I'm gonna hold out for another year. Alright. This is definitely a volatile time to choose. I haven't stopped streaming. Why would I stop streaming? I love doing this shit every day. Usually. What are your possible outcomes for retail numbers being above what was expected tomorrow? Market up? I'm not frozen. Who's that guy? Oh, you guys missed it. He's gonna pop his little head out. I mean, up as expected, so if there were a surprise, it would likely be to the downside. Bald? I hate bald people. Wait, Carl. Never mind. There's some out of the money bot calls at 15 and 30 still. Five minutes to expiry, aggro to 50. Probably not. Also, some of the out of the money calls are closing now. It is on the 1 minute. How are you feeling about your hot tub line? What? Oh, there's still time. But nah, this week looks boring as fuck. Just a lot of vol crush. Which may not be bullish if we don't get a catalyst. Is it not updating again? That was weird. Hmm. Three minutes left. Charm's kind of meh here too. All Trump was gonna say is we bomb Iran tonight and then walks away. Mic drop. Maybe. I don't think we're gonna bomb Iran. Market on close imbalance, 2 billion. $1.031 mil. Holy fuck, what a terrible day. The realized volatility people are really getting their dream here. Ding ding. Holy fuck. That was awful. I'm gonna get rid of this because I don't think he's coming out. That's weird. Alright. So, just nothing. Down 17 points on the day, pretty flat. It should help realize vol come down a little bit. Definitely some reduced variance this week. We've just continued to trade flat on ES for, well, I guess within like a fucking $80 range on ES for the last almost 3 days now. Retail sales tomorrow has the potential to move some shit around, but otherwise nothing interesting happening. Dollar climbed up a tiny bit today, and on the slight increase in inflation expectations, but yields at the top end of the curve mostly down. Not quickly, but still falling a little. Commodities pretty flat. Not too much of a change in oil. Gold moved back up a little. But that was about it. Correlation starting to turn back around. So today I actually saw a bit of a breakdown in both 1 and 3 month dispersion, which is kind of interesting. You would think that dispersion would pick up into a little bit into retail sales, but yes, SLD does start tomorrow, and margins are probably pretty thin right now. So there is a chance that the supplemental liquidity deposits will need to be well, there's a chance they'll be quite large, I guess. Looks like leverage on the carry fell a little bit, fell on the short end of that as well, but we continued to see a decline in the forward yield on volatility down to 17.92% here going into close. So still volatility crushing out. The VIX and VIX 3-month both falling back. Not so much on VX, but a little bit. Tomorrow's the VIX expiration, so we might see more significant moves in volatility following tomorrow, especially if people are going to jump back in and pile into a long vol. Yeah, correlation turned around on the 3-month, but again, I don't think we got enough of a move in bonds to really pick up volatility there. Looks like out of the money put demand was still falling yesterday. We'll see if that continues. That might actually flatten out given the turnaround that we saw in correlation. Ooh, was that a decline? That is our first day-over-day decline in quite some time here on the VIX, cash VIX VX correlation. Fell from 98.04 to 97.39, which isn't very significant, and still shows that there's a significant amount of fear in selling large quantities of short vol. VIX very much still in backwardation with the futures contract. Although, it does look like bets are that volatility will fall into June before rising into September, and then falling into the rest of the year. But even the low end in the curve down here in June is at 20. So, very likely the rest of this year, this is relative to the rest of the curve. 25 is kind of low for vol. We're not pricing in anything too much lower than that right now. A little bit more breadth picked up yesterday. Now about 30% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, but definitely not the majority of it. Fed fund futures pulled back a little, but still roughly around 2 rate cuts by September. And it looks like the 10 2-year spread closed a little, down about 7%, but not very significant. Out here on the technical side, yesterday's high held, which is the start of a rejection. And today, instead of closing above 5402, we closed below it, which could also be fairly significant. Remember that 5402 is the low from last August, back in 2024, and definitely a significant level both for bullish positioning, and then also in order to entice systematic buyers, closes above this level would obviously be more beneficial. The EMA 30 is getting fairly close to spot. It's up here at around 55.37, just a little bit above where delta neutral is. So far we've not tested either of those things, which is if this does actually turn into a larger rejection, and we see a downside test around like 53.25 or 52.64 over the coming days, that opens up the likelihood for a return back to 51.19, where we could confirm additional downside. So it's consolidating for now, but it's not consolidating in a way that looks particularly bullish. This is also now the second day of the death cross on the daily, with the 50 MA now below the 200 MA, which is like a sell side systematic signal. It's arguably not that important, but it does represent a significant change in market behavior over time, and is usually indicative of a bear market. So it's probably not driving a lot of decision making, but it does drive some. And that's about it. So we'll see what happens with retail sales in the morning. Could be a little bit spicy, especially if it misses. Right now, the expectation is that people went out and bought a lot of cars to get out ahead of the tariffs, but I think maybe people didn't buy as many cars as expected, given that consumer debt continued to fall over the last like 2 reports, and then also interest rates are not in a very beneficial place, which probably disincentivizes the car buying that people are predicting would have occurred. So I think there's a very good chance that analysts are a little bit off base on that one. And if retail sales does miss, that's going to confirm the negative sentiment that we've been seeing, and could act as a little bit of a catalyst to the downside. I don't think it's going to be huge or anything, but volatility is wound tightly enough that it could be fairly impactful. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, guys. Later.